All right, welcome everybody to the beginning of an adventure, and I thought I would give you something special today. That is right. Hold on, I got my Phoenix's. I don't know what hair gel Phoenix uses, but I don't own it, so the hair might be a little bit crazy. But here we are. We are going to be doing Great Ace Attorney. I can't wait for this. Oh my goodness. All right, we're actually playing this game. All right, we have the DLC. This game supports autosave feature. Okay, not turn my game off. Whoa. All right. Game feels a little, might actually just be my headphone. Two options. Music, yes, yes, yes. Gameplay, vibration? Oh, vibration. Subtitles, yes. Text skip. Well. Oh, I see. Nah, that'll be fine. Let's see what low is, and then go from there. Language, we'll do English. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so my game is probably very big now. Yes, it is. Hold on, it's all okay. It's all gonna be just fine. No panicking! No panicking! I literally just opened the game, so everything is new and fresh. And I have no idea what I'm doing. And so it's going to be fine. Oh, okay, I almost got it. Okay, I think I covered everything now. Nice. All right, reader, story mode off. Progress the game automatically. No, we are here. We are here for the shenanigans. Are you ready? Let's do a new game. Ooh, nice cinematics.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Fair.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital
I would have played Apollo
exciting
Justice first if
and
I could.
unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
I'm so excited to try this game. Whoa!
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hey, that looks like our main character. Why did he kill someone? Oh my gosh, my ancestor is a murderer. Episode 1, Adventure of the Great Departure. Oh snap. What's up, XLR? Welcome. Oh my gosh. What's up, Quantum? Thank you for the love. Oh my goodness. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Oh, it's so good. Oh, the sound effects makes me happy. No, XLR, I've always had this hair. I'm always objectable. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Uh-oh. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Rinosuke. My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student in the Imperial Yumi University. This is Phoenix's ancestor. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I love the I love the aesthetic. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Whoa, so you will hold your tongue. Dude, if I hold up that guy's probably about to freak out. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Oh, look at this. Look at this badge on the armband. Look at that. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Hi, Angel. Yay! Hi, Angel. How are you? I hope you like the getup. I thought you, of all people, would appreciate this. I'm not gonna lie, the suit coat's a little bit tight, but you know what? We're making it happen. You do be. Let's go. What are you apologizing to me? Isn't there supposed to be a Z there? Whatever. Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma. There's a Kazuma. Is it Kazuma? Oh, it's the British spelling. That makes sense because of the time period and everything. All right. Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Oh, they must have a history together. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumi University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Let's go, Kazuma's cool. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in a second year at Yumi University. So basically, Ryunosuke is basically the Larry Butts. And Kazuma is the Phoenix Wright. Not actually, but it's really funny. He's probably gonna die, which is really sad. He's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. So when are you gonna... Dude, I kind of want that. I could use a headband like that. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in courts. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the more sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. Aww. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. And he does have the headband on. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. I'm sure that will never happen. Never in a million years. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Aw. Dude, I hope it's not like he dies and then our guy takes over like his legacy. That would be so sad. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Sogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. So, this guy probably is friends with the professor that died. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Who are you? All right then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Love the art style so far. Ponder, 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 ponder. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Oh yeah, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? As I expected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling that Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. Yo, what's up, Keeper? Who is this gamer? Good question. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? Oh my gosh, this song, though. You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Oh, I love the orchestra. This is so nice. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in advocating for the likes of you anyway. I see. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder, and you're going to prison. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on the unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Oh, snap. 9 a.m. The Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. So this is a courtroom. Very nice courtroom. Here we are, the courtroom once again. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clearer in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. No way, dude. Come on. Oh my gosh, dude. I had to deal with this guy again. A nice beard, Judge. Judge looks a lot younger. Is that some water over there? Or some sake, maybe? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Okay. Not Naruhodo. Ryunosuke's eyes. He's just like, he's a little freaking out right now, as is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Oh, what the heck? Oh, frick. I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yeah. Yatta! Yo, Mac, thanks for the 5 bits. How's it going, friend? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that. How did the sound alert work? Was that good? You guys have to let me know how that was. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes that the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, does that accuse him of defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Objection. Really? Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Oh, I see there's some family lineage going on over here. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected for all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence, what does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, you can't be questioning it more than I am. No, am I not saying it right? Judicature, is that correct? Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of E. What's E? What is it E? What is it E? Just have to press E for the court record? Alright. No time to lose. Hey, I'm a university student. Let's go. E. You guys, I'm official. I got the badge right here. I'm official, baby. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try to switch to people instead. Alright, you'll find details about the victim in here. You've done Eugen Takatsuki Aj, John H. Wilson. They definitely know each other. Wouldn't be surprised me if the professor dude killed him. So remember, everything you do is in the court record. Now you better not keep his excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Try it now. Oh. Yes! I pressed E. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yumi University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our court's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yumi University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Why did you do it? This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities, treaties, won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. The British Empire. Well, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke, remember that in the court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Gunshot to chest. Bullets not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Yes! Sorry. Gonna do the Big the Cat reference. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The postmortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. Sounds like I'm not going to be testing any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been... Photograph seems weird. But it says the bullet didn't pass through his body, so it makes sense why you don't see anything on the table behind. That's a photographic print? Nah, I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court of the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Oh, this is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, I can't. That thing's swirling in the air. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hasunaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Okay. Are you alright? You need to be coming up some... Oh, it's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeast quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Asunaga-san, will you kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections on the aspirant lawyer boy, please. What's up, XLR? Oh, It was just after 2 p.m. of the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot ran out, so I hurried to the dining room area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur! But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. I may confirm one point later. Standing beside the victim, with a gun in hand, was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. But apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? Nope. There There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Well, let's wait and see for now. I just really want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have to get into university. You can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Oh, okay. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting at the same table. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Asanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. An open and shut case. Now, well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something's wrong about that card. You okay there, my guy? Jeepers. He is coughing a lot. So the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard at the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was a defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case at the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who are present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotopa said it, so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared for what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from this outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you, and yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? It's a blunder. I'm defending myself. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. And we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Oh, look at that. Indeed. Prosecutor Ayuchi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless, you know? Many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Man, there's a lot of witnesses. Witnesses... Okay, kindly state your names and occupations. Yes, sir, the Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayase Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kirio Korakuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. It must be the diner that the other tables that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always past noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques, tries to sell his wares to them. Obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see, although to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident, is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was a black uniform rogue infantryman over there. Unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, I did too. That was weird. But this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. What was it? That noise was weird. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir, stand by the report, sir. What was that noise again? Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. All right, now before I go any further, I need to add something. And that is a counter. New to this playthrough, I am going to be doing something called a mistake counter. Let's move it down. And what I'm going to do is every 75 mistakes that I make, basically every time that I lose health, I am going to add 1 to this counter. No matter how much health, if I lose 1 health, 3 health, 5 health, just add 1. And oopsie whoopsie. Failures. Well, at every 75 mistakes I make, I'm going to get to sub to my Twitch chat, is basically what I'm going to do. So if you notice that I forgot to counter something, blunders. All right, let's do blunders. I like that word better. How many blunders will I make? I was ingesting a regulation of beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine and golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, A firearm was charged! I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. What's with this sound? A black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back of the cowardly little wee... In the back? That's a lie. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the final moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. If that Wicked University cadet, sir, the cruel, unforgivable enemy who... Why are you making weird noises, bro? What? Why? You can't just bring that into a courtroom? Could you imagine if you just brought in a knife and just started waving it around? What the heck? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yunosuke? Oh, it's a cure. Yeah, all I did was pick up the gun and saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. What? Therefore, it is my grave duty.
Yes!
Yes! I know, right, Eric? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headman boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. Objection! Yo, Kurt! Holy crap, thank you so much for the free sub. Holy cow. Alright. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, Phoenix Wright has a lightsaber now. Thank you for the 6 months. The hair is going all over my face. Get that out of the way. Alright. Gerp, welcome back to the Sarah Squad. Enjoy the sub badge and the 6 months. You amazing gamer, you. Thank you so much. The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Ooh. Cosmo so commanding. Very well. Yeah, there you go, Eric. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right. I will say that the wig that I have, it could have been a little bit better. But you know what? We'll make it work. All right, this is where the battle really begins with Yunosuke. Honestly, the suit coat and the tie and the badge make it all worth it. Even if I didn't wear the wig, it would still be pretty nice. I don't even know what I have to do in the cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies of the witness' statement. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing it is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive, indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. I need to make one quick adjustment. 75 mistakes. Okay, there we go. Cross-examination. what the witnesses saw. Do I have 5 life? I was ingesting a regulation.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is it some new interrogation technique? Just asking about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Shun! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill that's every piping hot. If food could reveal medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Dean Shut! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and you'll be released from prison. Try it! Yes, sir, I will. Sir, on the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least you learned that he's a big beef log. Affirmative. Not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime Minister. Myself, I was exclaiming virtues of a particularly fine golden curie of the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, it's already getting good. A Coben boy? A Coben? You mean an oldie Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day. Should I talk an old man voice? With said item secretly in my bosom pocket. I can't do that, girl. In the hope of an affluent cognizant appraise of its indisputable value being present. So you were hoping to sell your Coben coin? The Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing Coben. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet. You want that disrespecting the superior officer to deal with the crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There were remaining precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me who was grappling with his brace of veal at the time was my sole prospect. Oh wait, I thought that was the... I see. At that precious moment, a fire was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Oh, everybody, I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Like how he looks at his hand like, oh, but that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, that really is the case. I mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Arg! A double arg! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy waiting. Which means a split second before you pull the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've got where I am today for the army if I couldn't see danger in the air, son? He's got like a baby on his back? Well, it seems the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniform person taking that fire on the English and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. So, by the way, this is the wrong. It was from the front. However, we are going to on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious external forces.
Yes!
Nice extra. So this black uniform university cadet was Arg. I've had just enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around in the black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me, if it's a description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm with that man? From behind his back, you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. What's up, Jams? This is a visual novel mystery game. So basically, it's a story, but there are parts where I have to logically figure out, in this case, how these court cases progress. So right now, I'm in the middle of a witness cross-examination. I have to figure out the lies in the witness testimony to try to, in this case, prove my innocence. Present evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Oh, I will do that. However, I want content, and that means
Yes!
I'm going to talk about this. On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. The lost piece are you referring to? The Coleman, of course! The exquisite Holy Era Coleman coin! I had just been shown the rare treasure of the military man as he masticated his meal. After... Yeah, it's a press A simulator for No, I also get to press E and R and left click and escape. After averting my eyes with the briefest of moments, it was no more. It simply vanished. The Coben vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the ever-mentioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed. Myself, I did not. I really miss ZD. Oh, I sure miss Zero Time Dilemma, for sure. Listen, Ryunosuke, we know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key is the evidence that you've collected. Examine and present evidence while witness is giving a testament by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. No. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record, or peruse evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's testimony. All right, I'll give it a try. You hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. Keep your head measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. From the back, you say? From the back, you say? He was shot from the front!
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Doesn't some photograph print of my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. Arrgh! So frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out to you would be an insult to the courts. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's test statement. What? Sorry, this song is kind of slapping. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. The cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime of my own military grade officer. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, there's a child. I was like, what? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back when he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. She had a freaking child on his back. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment Until I heard the moment the firearm discharged, my eyes were firmly fixed on a delicious carnival takes her. What? The last testimony the court has heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. And a quick turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Coben coin, weren't you? Indeed. The prize Hoyera Coben. I wonder if he actually dropped it. Hunting around the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You're the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not over miles concerned with my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious holy Coben was lost to me. It's a part of this trial. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin from himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a four-port to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it to be the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate. He will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko Glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. I'm waiting to to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Oh, affirmative, the newest member of the Nelson family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. The scene those straps are sent to the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Okay. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Those testimonies are compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman, there was a young woman at this table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of this incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table with which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. This can't be right. There's only one place set. Certainly, oh my gosh, you can't see it. It'd be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand what's going on here. It's just not possible that nobody else saw the woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all the witness testimonies that we just heard. We have no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Takatsuchi Achi, will contribute to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What you say is true. There's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment they fired the shirt, it's almost the same thing. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire the gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an ununiformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the fire rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Ugh. And let's not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurakuta-san? Yeah, as pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That much I did see. Yes, maybe it's true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. Just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed the gun at the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At the exact moment... Bang. Gunshot rang in my ears. Well, events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Coleman from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, I've confirmed that we were the only person now present. You must have known someone at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I'm going to callous in my ear. Yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Well, there have been more people dying there at the time. Someone else noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seems that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Oda Clinic? Oda Clinic, huh? Here's it appeared there is an entry for the day in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes?
Yes!
Oh, I eat at like noon. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to the restaurant are no concern. Whether or not they are concerns up for us to decide, we have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request of the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters users are forever asserting their rights. A most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the medical's report victim to the court record. What you need right now is new clues. Let's explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. It's part of perform this trial as much as you like. The day after the festival, ready for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kurakuta-san.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support these statements as well. There's a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. Antique stealers, sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Why would they all lie? Therefore, no more than I'm gonna ever dispatch.
Yes!
Over and out. The Englishman. Okay, I can read. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What do you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruto, it's not just a case for these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. I am not XLR. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Ha 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 ha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changed much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got there. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it with a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space, you can take a closer look at the pieces of evidence in question. Use up, left, down, right. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Using WASD. Oh, I can use all four. Nice. Oh, I see. With the crosses around the hunt for clues you may have been missed before. Crosser start to pulsate. Press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use up, left, down, right, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of the evidence. It says hold a clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life, and I remembered. Even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Keep looking for clues. You don't want to miss anything. Oh, that's the same thing. And then maybe the red stamp was one thing. It looks like the report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of a long-term treatment. That's why with the family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I've never consulted one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine and give you painful injections. Then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All while you're at your lowest ebb. Feel like a model patient. A bad case of stubbornness, no less. But the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. What's this? have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of, you mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps he used laughing gas? That's most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. Well, it's hard to believe there's anything that could actually stop you feeling pain. Man, no healthy curiosity. That's a good achievement name, I agree. Ah, there's a cautionary note. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure with anesthetic. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. This new information, the meaning of one particular statement totally changes, so next time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. I think it's this one, dining all by himself. No one other than the Black could have dispatched. Okay. So that's, I believe what my logic is, dining all by himself suggests he's eating, when in fact he would not have been eating because he was not there. That is going to be my thing. Well, I think, but what are you uttering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. You raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. I feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Oh, deep breathing. I love it. Karakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I agree, Eric. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? I wonder if the reason his hand tap on the desk is so soft is because he hasn't quite reached that, like, bigger, like, that lawyer status. I bet by the end of this case, we hear a very affirming pound. You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateur's drivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have been doing before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. The simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly perpetrated the crime. Oh. Yes. Did you hear that? You guys heard that? I heard that. This medical report has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating, just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Karakuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m. Oh, wow, Eric, that's kind of crazy. the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Exactly, XLR. I also like Kazuma. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of Q turning this trial around. Show me what you're made of. Got it. So, person eating the steak must have been an as yet unknown third party.
Objection!
You will not let this go. Yes. There is no such person. There was, because I saw her when the incident occurred. We know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly, Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Oh, don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them. These two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you are deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention that this is the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just so you never saw a gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. I think it's only appropriate to do a little crossover. All right, anyway, let's keep going. What? What did you just say, Korakuda-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Xena, what's going on, homie? Hope you're doing well. Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make it keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they're sworn into silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Achi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We need a name whoever was that tried to keep the witness from keeping their mouth shut. Of course, we need evidence before making any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really was did wield the power over. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you a penalty will be served. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes, shout out the first thing that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... So... medical school, he's an authority in forensic and Kazuma's... I don't think it's him. Because it doesn't... he is a part of the university. The victim in this, he was a visiting professor of medicine at UMU. So obviously John and Eugene are tied together. He's the I also agree with Kazuma that Takatsuchi did not do. Now, I would not be... I'm not going to do this. I feel like there's an achievement. If I pick Kazuma, I feel like there's an achievement. The head waiter of the European-style restaurant Le Carnaval, he was serving there. An army sergeant, owner of Rossity. So he's a collector, he's a sergeant. Besides the prosecution, only one person, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses. He's not involved in the case. I don't think it's him right now. He might come up later. I don't see how he could do that. I feel like it's the waiter. And the reason I think it's the waiter is because he also said the lies perpetrated before. I don't think it could be John Wilson himself. Unless it was a planned murder. That doesn't seem right. And let's see, if it was the government, the police, or the military, he's not a part of any of those. Unless Imperial Yumi, but he's in medicine. So I'm going to assume the head waiter of the Europe he was serving there, I feel like it would be the waiter.
Yes!
Surely that would be Saratoga Hasunaga-san. Hasunaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to give these? Not mention that he was the head waiter could now have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. Ooh, if you truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Saratoga Hasunaga's real identity as proven by the evidence. Wait a second.
Yes!
Oh crap! I meant to switch to the... No! No! I'm trying to switch to the people! I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter. but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to present irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That's the true nature of this rookie. Ah, dang it! That's stupid. I literally pressed that on accident. Oh my gosh. Time to hit the core with the truth. E. Oh, I can only... Okay. Well, would you look at this? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show... Oh, I forgot to look at this. No. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation to Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Well, that makes sense.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketch for the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail. I can't believe it. Yeah, I like that they did that, though. It's honest. I actually like that detail. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention, but it could not include everything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Ooh. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Can somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witness is there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. That's why I was freaking out. Court will take this plan added to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? The plan will order the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Can I just say how much I appreciate this music so far? Oh, it's so nice. I started to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Your staff must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they're unrelated to this case of homicide. Very Inspector Hasanaga, but you elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem, ahem. Correct, Your Excellency. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim of the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed up the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. It's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young English woman. What? Probably the Dude, is it going to be the girl that we saw at the beginning of the thing? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're a chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research lab at Yumi University's medical faculty. What's happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It's now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of our ruling in order to send the telegraph report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Let's go, Judge! This judge slaps! Oh my gosh! Inspector Hasanaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means we'll be going against the special orders we given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Go a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh, man. To be continued. Good stuff so far. Looks like they do save your progress, which is nice. Yeah, we're probably going to stream for a couple more hours or so. Well, oh, it's already 2 hours in. I'll stream for at least another hour, likely an hour and a half. No, it's the 22nd of November, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Duty Extra Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Yeah, I know, Eric. We may have to split it into 2 parts. We'll see. My heart was in my mouth the whole time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat. Your eyes popping. Your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyway, it looks like you've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. He ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. As thinking about the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yeah, it's because I was shut in the pantry. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Miko Toba. Well, it seems I was right. Here, you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged this so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may result in your study abroad to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Yeah, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMI. It was I who invited him. I see. I didn't know about that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who you're going up against. The gentle woman who involved our police bureau with extraordinary lengths to hide. Yeah, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, if he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad, that's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I'll save the thingies for after the trial. And treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yumi Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd November to 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judiaxer Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Achi, have you managed to step Fiona the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling, prosecution now rather under painful scrutiny from the government. Yeah, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. Highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly so. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. I agree, Kazuma is epic. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. That in mind, this trial will now resume. The next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh, gosh. Oh, is this? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentleman to Japan from distant land. Damn! Tea! Bring some English tea! In England, no discussion takes place without tea! Is that true? No idea. So, Damn! If you possibly trouble you, just say your name and occupation for the court. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, yes, we know about you! Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first! Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Yunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in the University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said. It was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Cosmo. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Ryunosuke. I like that they made the English, like, gibberish, or, like, little scribbles. That way even, like, an English speaker can't really read it. Now, we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at the restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Yes, we are, XLR. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, I'm gonna be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes. It appeared the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right here in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I want to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this bug, this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I'm gonna guess her eyes are just like evil red or something. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. And not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. Yes! No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! Look at the Snow White angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scum like you can imagine those words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes for Inosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about a person where she could conceal a firearm. I think you could hide gun almost anywhere in that outfit as you wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses that have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. There's a lot of... Bro. 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 Don't think about doing anything rash here, Inosuke. I didn't fire the gun I picked up. Must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, what was that smirk? Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. There's a freaking swan! It's a straight-up swan! Why is there a swan?
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions in Britain, do you? Late luncheons are on vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has a lot of sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it was apparently a daily occurrence that would have lunched together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. That's true, Xenon, that's true. Yes, which we can prove with the medical report card was submitted earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, yes. It all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoya Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you ate the steak pictured here. Is that right? That's right, yes. Bringing there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To travel to a distant island on the far side of the world would be embroiled with such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. It's just like... So the victim doctor wasn't nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. That professor was unable to eat. They have been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunches with a glass of water each. Each raised a glass of carbonated water? What do you think, Ryunosuke? No. That's sus. It's very meaningful. Wait, where's your excitement? That last statement of yours, Miss Perez, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will be apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. After a while, the accused came over and they got into a fierce argument. I never got into an argument with the professor, and I did was notice him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was for the lady next to you. There's the vigor. Anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must also... to pick you English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. It seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yeah. Let's have some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, when I finished my coffee and set up to leave. Smart.
Yes!
I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point for being that searching over and over again. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yeah, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun. In fact, yes, there's someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highlights which is the lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty. Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. It is merely stating what you saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes!
Alright. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. That's what I remember saying, I'm not. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's already no need for further probing of the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing of the matter, perhaps? Think what you will. We're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refinery was concealing a firearm. Prosecution demands you support the assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university. She was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out she had no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Why, she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student that refuses to admit when the game is up. You at least have the courage to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintained that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flap and red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If you can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous look you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single thing in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. I can. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. Do that. Opening will present itself, I promise you. And expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. So I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Well, unfortunately for you, how in the world could you cheer that when there is only one glass at the table? That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That is what exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Oh, dear me. What's odd in the defense's inability to express itself? Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But that's true. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite white, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. You're supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence of absence of glass make in the case? Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table, or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses at the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? You guys seen that was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Don't you dare simp. There's heard the cart before. This is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing the glass or to her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So how do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. The beautiful lady has graciously explained how she had to remove the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has nothing to bear in the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No, there's a freaking handbag involved! No more pretentious accusation. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well... The handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlemen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it could be possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we could deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hasonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! I know, right? Yeah, how dare you try to use a logic to get the truth? Order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Achi? Why did you not have the lady open her handbag and shoot the contents? Thanks to your bungling and comment, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now you have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Well, a sorry situation. Really, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten. This photographic print. What's that? Print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Oh, I never see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Inspector Hasenaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. We need to take another little peek at this. You've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now shown considerable evidence. As a photograph of her just submitted to the court appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. Indeed. There's only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than when I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Oh, I wonder guess who's going to come bursting through the doors. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. I'm really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. Is Yuma going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers? Kazuma. What? Is it really? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You are the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Caesar will be unable to report to the British government on time after all. Smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurism is getting tedious. When His Excellency demands that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As this photographic print was just submitted, it appears to have no further significance. There's no longer any room for doubt in this matter. Then I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. Blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly the evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. I failed to see how we can glean any information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really? Prosecution becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I'm like my finger on it. I'll grant your defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, if I'm unsatisfied with your response here. Oh my gosh. I have to ask, chat, you can answer this. Do I need to save? Like, is it good to like manually save? Or am I okay to not manually save? Oh, this is very threatening, by the way. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at this photograph. I'm asking if I should save scum because I don't want to have to go through. I don't want to have to go through this whole thing to get back like in the other Ace Attorney games. If you like die in a court trial, go to options. I'll just save. Where in this print is a significant detail with which you have alluded? So I have two thoughts. Oh, never mind. This chair is facing... Oh, wait. Wait a second. So based on what I can see, he's here. Looking at this picture, this chair. Okay, so I have two thoughts. I have two thoughts on this. One is this little symbol on the wrist. However, I don't know how this pertains to the case. My two thoughts are... One is this mark on the wrist, which is very strange. Second would be this chair's placement. Based on where he's slumping and where the... This is not correct positioning. Because if this is where the crime scene was left, there is this chair should not be here. It was moved. Wait, that's...
Objection!
Okay. This is very interesting. So, he has that mark on his wrist is what is on this thing. So he must have fallen over. Loader, this is available on Steam. Okay. I'm gonna go. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go with this. I can keep her, but that's not the name of the person that followed me. The first tab is right. Am I supposed to do that? Hey, Impala, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? All right, I'm gonna go for this mark.
Yes!
And I'm going to assume that he fell over and hit his hand on the table. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piff we would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? It has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Now, what did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. Oh, I disagree. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Achi points out, unless a firm connection of the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency? I see Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What you're thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open. Give up, counsel. You can't possibly have hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue was little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Trying to find some evidence that proves what this burn really means. So then, the defense will not present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inscrutable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Not that. You can't see it there. I'm almost positive it's this. Because of the mark on this thing. Is there anything else? I don't think so, so we're going to go ahead
Yes!
and present it. What's this, counsel? Another print? Oh, nice wrist brace. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at us, see we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked for the time are recorded forevermore. Hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? The inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in the other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Well, actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate! And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even that is the case. You can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, the day before that. It could happen at an unrelated time. Well...
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Achi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. You're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antique dealer, all of us would, without question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Achi? Well, yeah, I suppose. The question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never generally arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. I just got shivers, by the way. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to the wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. Clearly impossible. Sorry, I missed the one line. Apart from in one particular situation. I agree, Xenon, and it's epic. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Explain this absurd notion at once. Victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, actually. This is just another ridiculous point by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Achi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while in the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Ugh. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. Okay, I thought he died and then, like, his wrist fell in the thing. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Can I just say, case 1, music already spectacular. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your lunch and engagement. Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett? You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have I been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Jeez. Good lord. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I could see that I shall have to lower myself to communicate with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. Allow us consideration you will go so graciously out for us. Sam! I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Fortunately, I have no idea where the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, Chris and I raised our glasses and a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's someone that man's like to be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, did she poison him? Did she poison him? That'd be interesting. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down to the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Oh, not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? That irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. What about the cross-examination? I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Okay. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. That was really dramatic. I feel like that was just the developers like showing off what they could do with their technology. I have no idea when the poor man managed to say.
Yes!
Yes! But his name was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, even still now, flying those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Haha, what fun. Hey, I hadn't realized. The dealer's absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh, yes, I think my tiny brain can't. Well, I can't. Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised a glass of toast. It was already a lie. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why I ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. I have enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in the courtroom. It means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible causes of a gunshot. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhaging from ballistic trauma. Unless it was poison. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, and as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. What, Johan? Damn you. Doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Well, until you're able to show the court to disprove that, it's a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Achi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police forces thoroughly examine the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Some other way of killing them doesn't leave a mark. Poison! If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, Paris, I thought calling such a sweet young lady into the question. Oh, my honor, Takajiji Achi will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the land of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right, Le Carnival. Business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost. What is this? It doesn't even occur to you naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm maybe as tactful about it as I can, you understand. Killer Blow, the latest form of the list. She is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. I thought you're actually starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, something about what Miss Brett just said. A moment before, something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. A clue somewhere. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean, what, Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga. The detective? Yes, she seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I wonder if it might be significant. My present an opening, maybe? Alright, new mechanic time! I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, see if we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose.
Yes!
Wait.
If his reaction is just the same as before, why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, then they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I expect him to do it now. Ryunosuke. Don't do with the witness marker. What marker? We're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person who's actually making the current statement. When the marker left with A and D, you can turn the attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. And catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Okay, I feel like you can't actually do this in court, but I guess you can do most things in Ace Attorney in real court. Everyone knows a strange atmosphere among some people in the stand. Take a good look around. All right, then. I should move the marker across and then focus on the detective and pursue him with space. I love how, like, fourth wall breaking this is, or whatever you call it.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Yeah. What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. Really was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share with the court. What is the meaning of this? The lively Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Dr. Hasanaga, yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? I knew he was going to wipe the blood off his face. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as they use in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hasanaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, whether the laser marks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that the bottom of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question? And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. If it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Can't say they condone the witness' action, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. He poisoned him. Crazy. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Huh, interesting. Very well, counsel. We may resume cross-examination, and the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Let's examine this for a second. It was written in 4 languages that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuya? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to France next. You could just say that you don't know. Oh crap! I was trying to get a picture like the water. Like Yo, Mikey, thank you for the post. Much appreciated. So this is carbonated water in the last room Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You got quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Oh, I'll show you, ma'am.
Yes!
Now you can kill someone with poison. What is this, the bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poisonous drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest a thing without a scrap of it. You rookie imbecile. You ever consider the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? You forgot that we've only just signed an accord with the British Empire. Have you ever heard of the vaguest inkling that you rash accusation contempt the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. Wait a minute. I will silence you forever for this incredible attack. Shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? You just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, an inspector, whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? I forgot what my guiding principle is already. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its content. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Found no trace of poison of any description of the bottle of carbonated water. What, are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! Unless they use the medical lab. Unless they use the medical lab. I am very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. This is when the one person comes in. It's they made it. She made it in the medical lab. And he falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. The cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Zuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, you excuse me now. I really must be leaving. Here it comes. Yeah, she's here. Back from the medical lab. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Kusato Mikotoba. Oh, she's the daughter of the dude. Judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a fur or shuki cloth. Oh gosh. Part 3? Holy moly. This game is insane. This game is actually insane. Oh my gosh. Do I keep going? I feel like it's gonna be going for a while. It's taking me 3 hours to get to this point. But then if I don't keep going, it's going to end early. Freak. I'm going to go for it. Heck it. I haven't been able to play Ace Attorney in over a year. We're going to do it. 22nd November at 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Court number 2. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant of the defense. Why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha, a judicial assistant. A woman, no less. Rules state. that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yeah, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of your time. I have violent evidence and I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, most grateful. I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? Sorry, there's no time. Please accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research whatever has something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. No, of course not. Special characteristics of Curie and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curari. Kira. Alright, we're playing Final Fantasy. Never heard of that word before. Time's up. Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser with the court. Sexist dickhole jeepers. It's too time to read it into detail, but I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. I think it could be valuable. Please cast your eye over it. Wonderful. Thank you. Alright, let's do it. Goodbye then, and good luck. Okay, long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution of the defense now one last time. Further evidence to present to the court. Presume not, but... Prosecution has made it convincingly enough. Already nothing more to add. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This is our very last chance. My throat hurts. Actually, the defense has new evidence. Look. Genuine stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? True, Eric. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. Counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Probably should have examined it first. Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Union University, doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. Probably should examine this first. See, the poison made from the bark. What is the origin? Instant paralysis of the body, even in minute doses. Word of the above mentioned effect on the body entered the body through a wound, such as affected by a blowpipe dart. Oh, wound. Due to its ability to render the human paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have a location with anesthetic. However, a solution of the respiratory arrest.
Objection!
Well, complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? Never heard of it. You wouldn't have. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before one simply before reason. Doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. I agree, Xenon. Order, order, order. Counsel. This deadly poison truly exists. According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Chiari has long been used by the tribesmen of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Chiari suffer instant death. Isn't that about summing up Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered by the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have noticed. It's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, would not have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Chiari was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there are no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. With a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, effects would go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poisoning causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. After a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles to control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim was conscious and unaware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, and also the victim was sleeping peacefully in an endless sleep, but for the victim himself, final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Chiari poison. You're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison. This is all convenient. Hitherto unknown poison from which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be mad. Oh. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Your lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever you do, you mean. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, she's gonna drink it. Yeah, I don't see, why not? She's gonna drink it, and she's not gonna die. Maybe for your boots and some little island boys. Sorry? You from such as myself, this whole affair is a farce or a comedy. Your little police games, these switch chroma antics, it's laughable, really. I'm getting bored of it all now. Time for the games to end. Cheers. What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. I mean, unless she has the antidote. I think she needed to drink it. I think she probably has an antidote. Herself. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. Bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Ha ha ha. Look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. And that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I'd like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time. Furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Doesn't make any sense. There has to be poison in that bottle. So how'd she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation in the next party attending London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? It can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. Give all the clues now. The bottle of water. That is the bottle. Yep, that's definitely the bottle. All right, so let's look at this. Instant paralyzations of the body and subsequent death. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Yes, there is poison. The culprit did put curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated eye. The defense refuses to change his position. Serious? Cool, are you blind? No possible way to pull out. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates the argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How? How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. I wasn't able to consume this with supposedly unscathed.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is in Miss Brooks' own research report. It's not a valid explanation. No? After all. Now speak English, or utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, I'm just reading Chisato-san's notes. First, extent to be considered entirety. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Hold on, I have to... that one. Special characteristics. I think it's this one. Poison enters the body. This is page 2. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, sounds like indigenous hunters may have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows. They shoot at whatever they prey they're hunting. We've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Gracious Council, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here, under special characteristics. It says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kyria enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Kyria's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I don't see how possibly... Oh, the mask just grew. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts you read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolish boy logic has a flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain is managed to use courage safe to ingest. Seems like its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yeah, well, of course. I didn't recognize that, pros. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. Professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order in the court! Order! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this spirit poison is completely irrelevant to the case and trial. That's right. So that even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? One up inside me. I've never felt like this before. It's a conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Whoa, jeez. Whoa! Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Oh crap! I didn't mean to do that. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallow the same poison. You are alive. Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide evidence, compelling evidence. As you know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson have been killed by the Kyria? I'm gonna... Okay. So, here's the deal. He was shot. I want to say it's the wound, but can I do either one? I want to say it's the wound, unless... I'm gonna go with the post-mortem report, specifically because it says the bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Take that!
Ooh, what's... What? Sorry, counsel. The slip... Child manner in which you toss it into the court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Ryunosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We know that curious doctors only come into play when the poison enters the body through a wound, right? So that can only mean that when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a wound somewhere that let the poison in. Exactly. Oh! Oh, I'm stupid. Oh, I don't lose health, so I don't put a mistake.
Take that!
Dang, that spoiled that. That sucks. As Miss Retzel literally pointed out, she drained the same poison water as... I was talking about the... I thought maybe she, like... I don't know. However, there was a fundamental... Oh, you know what I bet they did that? They probably said, like, technically, like, I see what they did that. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? Toxic effects of Curie are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person, no injuries, drinking is completely harmless. But... yeah, I understand. No, it technically, like, the game spoiled and Xenon just, like, reiterated it. It was because it technically gave the answer, even though the game already told me the answer. And I think Keeper's just being overly cautious, which I don't blame him for. If you had just been to the dentist, and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself. Honestly, I can't resist. The child's courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. We'll find out soon enough. You see, really vital evidence lying around. You never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. Oh, what? That's incriminating! What just happened? This woman, she just smashed that bottle. It's the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Come up as much of the water in the broken bottle's possible at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet. There is a gift from the British Empire, I assure you. It will soak up the water beautifully. I have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ha ha ha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really is poison in that bottle, or not. You. Let's not forget. Still some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel? Prosecution. Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to the photograph practice room, dear lady. That's right. And really, we can have this photograph. It's clear as day, isn't it? Our professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person that could have shot him from the front.
Objection!
You killed the victim that day using Curie-Art. And then in order to frame Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime... I like that they have this in the background. Very clever. You wait until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, where he shot the professor's dead body in the chest with a hidden gun. So now you have to find the hidden gun. And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit the crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. Victim Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Yunosuke Naruhodo. Unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her. And now, are they going to get away with it? We should destroy that evidence was obscene. For you, Yunosuke. We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. Are there any clues for us to use now? It must be in your head. Your head? Tell me before the powers of observation were one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, it's true, but I managed to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh my gosh. Dude, okay. There's a clue. All right, I'm not gonna hold on. Okay, I just wanna point out. Oh, you can't even see it. Can't even see it. I'm just gonna say, brilliant use of using the technology of the time to conceal that. I like that. Very, very well done. I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Inosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off of the Englishman's face and show some evidence. All right. I can't wait. It's been... I don't know if I should say that word. I mean, for a while, that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it could be is the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. Clue that shows you doctors who the real killer must have been.
Take that!
Mr. Hazanaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? It's still miles away. Why are you thinking about that bottle being smashed? As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely! I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute, where are you going? We're going with this. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to shot Dr. Wilson from the chest from the front. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Blood was made onto the plate. It implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accusers of a remembered scene? Save us, Inspector! Save us, Inspector! This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence of the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief or... I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that its sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. We can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector? Court wishes to examine the plate of the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. What about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. No blood. No blood anywhere? No, he brought the wrong plate. He brought the wrong plate. This is the wrong plate. I'm becoming an expression, little boy. Whoa. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust the Japanese, I tell you. Wow, rude. I couldn't agree. Shut up, Arch, you freaking simp! I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget all when it's over. It's the wrong plate. It's the wrong plate. This sorry-looking singer reveals the facts of it all too clearly. But the sorry-looking accused was examined again. Be my guest. I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. This is it now. I've lost Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. What's up, Arizo? How you doing? Believing myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. Please wait, this plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue will reveal the shocking truth. That's valid, Arizo. You enjoy your playthrough of the game as well. Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but you must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. Only a firm ally in my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense. You now have to clearly show what you're alluding to. Is this new clue to be found? Okay.
Got it!
No, I didn't want to press E! I wanted to press E! I did the same thing! My only mistakes have been misclicks! Oh, that's so dumb. Wait. Work is on the thing. Work is on the thing. the sides, it looks like. Hold on. No, I want to go back to the court record. I can't go back to the court record. Nah, it's fine. I don't. It's fine, Arizo. Or actually, how about this? Hey, Eskrun, are you here? Arizo, whisper Eskrun what you want to tell me, and then I will let Eskrun approve it or not. I think it's this part of the steak.
Got it!
That won't do. That was ambiguous at best. No. As you identify, when you're asked to you must do so. There's a penalty. Okay, I have to look at this again. Okay. Oh, I can like, examine it here too? Oh, that's like really helpful. Emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Well, because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. A lot different than the restaurants have their own unique tableware. Huh? What? Oh, no wonder I didn't get it. What in the world is this? I think it's a Coben coin in the hallmark of the wheat area. Oh, I knew it. They switched the stakes. No, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you just say it was a Hoy Coben? Yes. Apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been Taga Hoy Coben. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a Boolean and Boolean. Oh my gosh.
Got it!
Should be under the steak. What do you mean? Okay. I don't know how to flip it. Okay. I actually literally have the answer. There's literally a coin. That's so weird. And I guess it's a blunder, but it's not because I'm dumb. It's literally because I don't. So. Oh, I certainly expect to find a purchase related to stick out of meat. With a Hoyer or two, that would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look, what, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, I mean for sure, my heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. You might have to run into the stick about this for you no escape. One point underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Hey, is there anything else I can... Hey, I'm kind of confused. I'm confused. So the coin is underneath the stake, but I can't flip it over. Well, it's underneath the beef. Okay. Okay, I had to press space. Oh my god. Oh, what is it? I mean, what is it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Holy Coven? Yes. Yeah, I figured out this one. I see. So you can use spacebar. That's kind of a, that's a little tricky game. Come on, game. Yeah, that's interesting. No wonder. Well, obviously.
Got it!
So basically, my blunders so far have been misclicks and literally not knowing the controls. That's good. I don't feel so bad about that. Nonetheless, a blunder is a blunder. A Coben? What on earth? Oh, did I make my blunder should be at 5, I think. So I had the 2 misclicks and then the 3 times for this. Miss Brett. This is, in fact, the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question. Is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is. I have no part in it. We'll see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? There's simply been a careless mistake with the sheep. Whoa, what do you mean a careless mistake? Don't be absurd. Let's believe this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Holy Coben just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. Oh, it's not. I'll rip out my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency? Yes, Counsel. A rare Holy Coben just happens to be hidden underneath a piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who's irrelevant. No, I'm the one on trial here. What's up, Chris? I love Ace Attorney. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Coben that was found underneath the beefsteak is...
Take that!
Kurio Kurukaba. Or Kuba. Or Korukuda. As in Mr. Cumber or something? Honestly, ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember saying something while this Coben coin. That moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. Oh, Eric Coben, my prized coin. And this Hoy Eric Coben, do you mean to tell me... No, please. Why would Kurokuda Sobens be sandwiched between the victim's beast and its plate? Yes! It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokuda back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified early back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we'll come back around to that pair again, but I have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Coben, find out it's the key element of the case. What's this all about? Wow, I've been called up again. Don't you realize it's dinner time with my little baby? I don't... My son's belly is under these fears in a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. When cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in the trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. There's a big Korukuda-san, something has come to light that requires a clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? What? This is why you don't bring a knife into the courtroom, bro. That's it, that one, the very exact one that is the resplendent. So it is holy church of my rusty boat man, despite that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, unlike this descriptive old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. Secret undercover operation. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. Wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, the master thief can work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already seen several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kudakara is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is a despicable scoundrel?
Take that!
Well, obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iyasunosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? Stole that Coleman die. I'm the master thief of La Carna. Why am I doing this? This is going on really long. You're just accusing me of these crimes, cadet? I mean, I'm already all at this point. It was I. The monsters are to Nosa. The baby did it. Oh. Ugh. Oh, only an ace attorney. Only an ace attorney. I'm actually doing this? Maybe no. It's running with low wages and those who expect to keep our country safe. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? It's heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. Enjoy chumming away with a good steak at the same time. I mean, it doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worrying, believable. And your target today was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. Put the coin in my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted the search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak and switched it. Oh, he wanted to rendezvous with it. It's kind of weird. I mean, the case has been going on for 4 hours. And everyone's just like, are you serious? This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd plan in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Of course, dear lady. Of course. Sam, how rude of us. Sam, sure, there's no need to detain anyone here at all. You seem, gentlemen, please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddle sergeant. You certainly appear to be unrelated. No, it's not! Of course it is. Not a coin or a lump of meat. Sheer nonsense. Such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? As for picking up your stick and biting it without using a knife and fork, beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness have been answered. Oh, I do. There's some meat on that fork and knife. Miss Bray, you're free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And a good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? No time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Didn't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. She didn't quite add up. Let's the kids understand their thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? Think later. But if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Ooh. Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? When you see nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? I ain't going to a lump of meat. Sheer nonsense, it astounds me. You're picking up your stick and biting into it without using a knife. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said they're exposing an undeniable contradiction. We need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Oh, jeez. Is it the steak? Is it the silverware? Yeah, I'm gonna take a stab.
Take that!
We're gonna print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. As you noticed it too, Miss Brett. That's exactly what, Counsel. Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork. Or she did, after finding English gentlewoman herself. Take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clear defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So if the witness actually claimed wouldn't contemplate eating out without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. Oh, my son. What's your actual point? That's so delightful. Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. After tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will be over in a blink of an eye. Shut up!
Shut up!
Oh, I've heard enough. Irritating little samurai. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The coin. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. The plate switched. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Actually, these teeth marks are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence of this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. How many times? Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You even know the meaning of the phrase about Japanese empty threats. You can be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been what? Just because it hasn't been shown yet, that doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. Sir, the trial's run several hours already. You're saying they've been brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to. We'll solve every remaining mystery of this case. Very well. I'm feeling this will be my last request for defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? Should be Satoru, because he took both plates. Unless somehow he took the steak with him. I'm pretty sure it's just
Take that!
What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court as following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing for a coup de sang when he told us that he slipped it under the steak. Dead superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention, affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to foreign generally that she'd mind me manhandling her mule to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. Yo, what's up, Ford? That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yeah, the gentlewoman didn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course, I didn't steal it. It was just such a thing would be in the front of the entire British Empire. Well, then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. Let's go, Ford. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it, but then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. That became my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken out of the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my stick with one at the foreign ladies' table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what I had to be done. Unbelievable. However, if you're not proud of Peterson, what now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did. That's plenty, yes! Sergeant. So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hasanoga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had to take both. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What do you think that possibly tells? No, I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. Yeah, that's like very out of the case. No, you're wriggling your way out of this time. No way you're wriggling out of this time. I beg your pardon? This sounds sick. Surely you're not forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to brew such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Mr. Wilson, Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. Play reading from Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. I know, right? 4 hours, jeepers. Is that the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table? Please don't be like, I threw it away. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in his plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Bloodstain is clearly visible. Look. Now this makes everything clear. The blood that you can see on the side of the plate shows at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Iconic. It's my first trial. This is already iconic. Take that! Let's go. I only made 5 mistakes this trial. Not bad. Outdone by a Japanese schoolboy. No. No. Only an ace attorney. This is silly. And yet I don't mind it. Excuse my little outburst. I believe you lost my composure. Also becoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Yes, she is XLR. It was I who took the professor's life using Curie. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the memory. He planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curie is unheard of here in Japan. Yep, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I'd ordered in front of him and make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? A trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor, and that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Of course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. But he was sitting in his chair such that he couldn't fall. There's no going back at that point. I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment. I'll plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curie in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed in my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, a place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson before he picked up the gun. There you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. No, you need to be arrested! What? Huh? You're just gonna let her go? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Dr. Shuichi doesn't lose, otherwise I'm this rookie student. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insults the Yachi family name. We will never be forgotten. And no, it hasn't. You become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside to make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial of the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. By being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, in an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth of the modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western idea of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget. Fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand. Ooh. Oh, Annabelle, why do you look so brave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, oh yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to see how you carry on. Oh, thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Let's go. Flower petals. I like that. Court is now adjourned. Oh, is that why they do the confetti? It's like a thing to the... if you guys don't mind, my voice is shot after 4 hours of speaking, so I'm going to just read this. These guys are great. Hey, Susato. Thank you so much. Oh, better, Maya? Okay, that's a little... Careful there, Ford. Yeah, we did pretty good. I mean, I'm guessing what they did, Keeper, is they took a different angle, because this is like Phoenix Wright's ancestor. My guess is they just did that to, just to change it up, I guess. What's up, Osanaga? He was a homie. Great, that means she will probably come back in the future. Wow. Scumbag. So this is the early 1900s, I think. Is that what it said, 20th century? Or no, 19th century? I missed it. Well, that's enough seriousness. I agree. Fun time, let's go. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I would want a guy that's coughing up blood serving my dinner, but you know. However. It's also Ace Attorney. Dang. Oh, I'm sure you will. We'll find out. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke. Thanks again. Ha ha ha. Wow, best slur in the world. What? Sorry, what do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean? The ability to believe. Let's go. Wow, Cosmo's embodying Mia telling us all about how to be a good lawyer. I know the episode's going long, guys. Thank you so much for sticking around with me. It'll be over once we get to the closing remarks here. I hope. Oh no, he's gonna go to Great Britain in my place or come with them. I hope it's come with them. Let's go. He's gonna ask us to come with them or something. Or ask us to become a lawyer. Are you kidding me? What do you mean he didn't play a role? He literally kept evidence. What do you mean we didn't need him? He was very important. Whatever. What a great first case. It was awesome. I mean, in terms of... Oh, man. That was sweet. I'm just gonna say, like... For first court case, that was very satisfying to do. Very satisfying. Felt good. Wasn't very hard. I mean, there were some parts I had to think about it. So that was great. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys also had a lot of fun. Thank you all for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the cosplay. I'm gonna take that. Okay, now my hair is all ruined. There we go. So I hope you guys enjoyed the cosplay. I know I certainly did. I hope you enjoyed it. My plan is I might try wearing it at the start of every game that I play for Ace Attorney or something like that. So it won't be every time, but I figured for this particular stream we would have some fun. And so I pulled together some of this stuff, and I think I made it look pretty good. So hopefully you agreed. But I'm going to go ahead and call it for the night. Thank you for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. All of you, have a fantastic evening.